Hey guys, can you hear me? Is the audio working? Okay. I'm going to wait like 5 minutes or so, and then I'm going to start with the sculpt and explanation. Yep, Pumba it is. Can't believe I typed Boomba. So just a heads up, this explanation is going to be rough since it isn't really prepared, so I'm just going to do what I normally do and try to explain it. There's this wait, I'm going to look for the image. There's this clown called Boomba in a Flemish TV show, well, for kids. I posted the link. Okay, guess I'm going to start now. So first off, what you see here on the screen is a lot of reference opened. So each time I try to sculpt one of these Disney characters, I first try to find as much reference as I can for the character I'm going to sculpt. So even though I might just pick one expression, it's useful to have multiple expressions in your reference file, so you actually know how the character moves his facial features, and it also gives more information to you to eventually sculpt the forms. Now the first thing, so we have the reference. what I try to do then is determine what are the big shapes of the character I'm trying to sculpt. So you can see in this side view actually what Pumba, yeah, is a pretty round character. So what you have is like a big sphere for the lower part, a smaller sphere on top, and then for the snout it's actually kind of a stretch cylinder. So if we go into ZBrush, those are the first shapes we will try to recreate, and from there we go further into detail. But if that isn't established at first, yeah, if that isn't right, your character probably will never be right. Even though you get the features to read right, if the overall shape isn't there, yeah, people won't recognize it. So I'm going to open ZBrush, open a new file. Lightbox. Turn off the floor plane. So what I usually do is open the default file in here. It's default sphere.ctl, I think. I open that one, and these days I'm used to using Dynamesh to sculpt everything, since you aren't constricted to like your polyflow anymore. So what I start off with is I go to the Dynamesh subgroup, and I put it on 8, like the lowest resolution you can give it, and I click on Dynamesh. It will ask you if it has to freeze the existing subdivision levels, but since we're not going to use them, I'm going to press no. So what you have now is a low resolution sphere in which we can start sculpting. So first off, I'm also going to take my reference and move it to my other screen, so I have it opened all the time. By the way, if you have any questions, just ask them in the chat and I'll try to explain a little more. So the features I pointed out earlier are the big sphere. So actually when we start with a sphere we already have that. So I'm going to now first determine what's my front view. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to the top view, and I'm first going to pull out the smaller sphere, which is the top of the head. What I do is I mask off roughly the size of the shape I want to pull out, and then I either use the normal move brush, or I go to the deformation tab and I use inflate. What inflate does is it also pulls out the form. I think it's according to the normal of the face it's extruding, but I'm not sure of that. It could also be just along a straight vector. So with move view, yeah, you have a lot more flexibility, so I'll use that. So it would be roughly around this. Then the head curves towards where the snout begins, something like this, and then we'll pull out the actual shape of the snout. You see, I stretched the polygons quite a bit, but since we're using Dynamesh, it doesn't matter. Now I'm going to pull out like a small base for the body. I won't do the entire body, I'll just do like the beginning for it, so the face has something to be supported by. It's also nicer to not just have like a head shape, but have something beneath it for presentation purposes. So I'm looking at the reference right now. The snout is pretty wide, so I'm going to pull it wider. It also makes sort of a curve here. Yeah, I just switched the material to RS Red Chevin. I don't know where you can get it. I got it a few years back from a friend, but I think it's available online somewhere. I like the material because it's very clear when it comes to displaying forms, the forms you're sculpting. So, but you can also use like other materials. The default one I use most next to this one would be the ordinary gray one, but I'm searching where it is right now in oh yeah, here, the ordinary madcap gray. This also does the job quite well. So one I never use is the madcap red wax. I think I just don't like it. I see a lot of beginners use it, and it's, for me, it doesn't, when you start sculpting on it, it gives these weird it just doesn't display the form well, I think. So that's why I avoid it. So I'm going to switch back. I'm going to undo my subdivisions. So here we go. I'm wondering how you can start an edge sharp again. Jason, your question I'll try to explain later on. This probably fits in somewhere when I start detailing it out some more. So we have some shape established, and what I'm looking for now is actually the curves you see in the concept. Yeah, these characters, they consist of a lot of just smooth curves working together, and yeah, and straight angles to complement the curves, and they have a certain way they flow into each other. It's actually, they kind of suggest overlapping form. I'll go into that some more once I start detailing it more, but for now we're just trying to copy like these big curves in here, and the overall silhouettes these curves give the character. So I'm going to try and do that. So what you see me doing now is I'm masking off like where the mouth opening is going to be. Then I invert it by holding Control and clicking outside of the mesh. And what I'm going to use now is my move brush and just pull it inwards. So I'm making the opening and actually just making the silhouette of the concept appear more into my sculpt. So I have this, you see the polygons are stretched quite a bit again, so I hold Control and drag outside, so Dynamesh does its work again. So we kind of have a snout shape established. It makes this kind of curve. What you also see me do is when I evaluate the silhouette, I'm constantly turning around trying to make sure I have I evaluate it from every angle I can, because when what you see a lot with beginners is they are going to work in isometric views like front, side, top, and they're not turning their model around enough. And since if you do that, you're going to have like a really flat model. It might be right in those angles, but if you look at it from a 3/4 perspective, it will look like it's a box shaped model. So I also just noticed my perspective wasn't on, and I enabled it. So we have the snout, we have the lower jaw, which is a really big mass. Then we have the front. Okay, now I'm going to extrude out the ears. So yet again, just mask it off, invert the mask and pull out the form. Roughly the shape you want. Don't mind the stretch polygons. And subdivide once again. They're pretty far back, so also don't mind in the beginning if it isn't 100%, you can still adjust proportions later on. Of course, it needs to be roughly the same shape, but like I said, you can still adjust things even once you added a bit more detail. Just yeah, you can't if you have like a lot of subdivisions, especially when you're using Dynamesh. Once you go higher, you can't address a lower subdivision anymore. So you're going to have to move around a lot more polygons. So your model will also become a lot harder to get smooth. You can smooth things out, but as you notice, the more polygons you have, the more detail is in there. So it's hard to get some of the dents and bumps out of it just by smoothing it out, or it's gonna take a lot of time. You see, if you can recognize the character in this stage, you're once you start adding detail, you're only gonna enhance that. So it's a good thing to have it recognizable as early as possible. And you see, this is actually just big shapes, not a lot of polygons that goes into it. What can also help to, if you have a hard time determining the silhouette, what you can do is just use black and you'll see your sculpt only in silhouette. And if you take a concept and cut out the forms and also make them black, you can try to match just those silhouettes. If it's easier for you to determine those shapes, I would do that. I usually don't do it myself. I try to find the shapes this way, the way I'm doing it now, just looking at the pictures. But I know a lot of people do use like just a plain silhouette and try to determine the shapes that way. So it's up to you what's most comfortable. So we have a triangle shape here. Snout is even bigger. Then we have the tusks. Okay, since the tusks of Pumba are a pretty big shape in the silhouette, I'm already going to add them in here. I'm going to create them out of a separate subtool. So what I'm doing now is I'm appending a cylinder using Alt and clicking on the cylinder if it wants to cooperate. Yeah. So I switch to the cylinder subtool. Then I'm using the move. What I do is I drag like from one edge to the other a curve. I hold shift to make sure it's a straight one. And then I'm going to go into top view. I'm going to choose rotate, and I'm rotating it around. Then I'm going to go to scale, yet again draw out a transpose line from the beginning to the end. I select the outer point and then I drag towards the first point, so it's going to scale it in. Now for move, I'm going to draw a line into the direction I want the object to move. Hold shift yet again to make sure it's straight, and you can see the object moves in the direction I just painted. I'm also still holding shift while I'm moving it, so it locks to that direction. So now all I need to do is draw a line into the other direction to move it towards the face. Now I'm going to go down a bit like this, and now I'm going to draw the curve yet again and position it right where I want it. The tusk in comparison is a bit bigger, I think. It's actually strange, in some of the views it seems bigger and in other ones it's a bit smaller, so I'm going to take something in between. Okay, so for the shape of the tusk, what I'm going to do first is press the solo button, so I only see this subtool. Then I'm going to press Ctrl Shift and click. Apparently it doesn't have polygroups, or does it? Oh no, it doesn't have polygroups, so I'm just going to hold Control and mask off like one end. This is the end I want to retain the shape on. I'm going to go out of solo mode, so I still have the subtool selected and the one part masked. So I now press B. I'm going to go to the snake hook tool. What the snake hook tool does is it's actually just like move, but it has an elasticity to it. So if I move it around, it kind of gives a flow to what you're doing. So if I just make the movement of a curve, it will extend the shape I'm pulling out in the same way I'm actually dragging out the curve. So what you see me do is, so I pull out a shape, I hold shift to smooth it out a bit, since it's tusk and it's sharp towards the end. So yet again moving around, determining from every angle what it should look like, holding shift to smooth it out yet again. This is also going to be dynameshed, so if the topology looks weird, don't mind it. Okay, so something like this. They also seem to go down a bit. Okay, make it a bit wider. So I now cleared the mask. I'm going to scale it down a bit. Move it forward just a bit, and then I'm going to pull out the snouts just a bit more. Oh, selected something wrong. Still have snake hook. Okay, make it a little longer. You see, it's not because you're working on one part and you see the other part, there's still something wrong with it. Just adjust that first if you think you're going to forget, or just if you notice one thing, just try to adjust it right away so you make sure you don't forget it. So I made it a little longer. The bottom, he's actually able to close his mouth and it would be closed entirely, so I need to pull this to the front as well. Okay, and now we're going to go back to the tusk and adjust the shape. Yet again, trying to find the right curve. So I'm trying to make sure the mouth wraps around so it really looks embedded. Okay. So I'm going to inflate the tusk a bit, and then I'm going to dynamesh it. It doesn't have to be like 8, since we already established the shape we want with a fairly low resolution mesh. I'm going to take something like 64. So what I usually do is I work 8, 16, 32, 64 and 128. So I go up into those type of numbers. There isn't a real reason to it, but it's it's just something I'm used to and it works for me. So so yet again 64 dynamesh, and I have a fair amount of resolution to sculpt out my shape with. So you see now I only have this shape on one side. To mirror it over to the other sides, what you have here is Smart Resim, but we can't use that since we don't have any geometry on the other side. You can use Smart Resim if you do have the exact same amount of resolution on the other side, but since we don't have that, we're going to use the mirror and weld function. It's in the geometry tab. So if you go to geometry, then have the modified topology, you have a button called mirror and weld. If we press it, it's going to say the resulting 3D mesh does not contain any polygons, so the operation is cancelled. Why is this? Because what this button does, it copies things from the left side of your mesh. If you're in front view, the left side of the mesh, it will copy over to the right side. So what we need to do first is use the mirror. So I press that, and if we hit the button now, you can see it copied it over and we have exactly the same mesh on the other side. What I can do now is just press X to enable symmetry and continue sculpting on this. You can see we have this. I'm going to save first. Map Pumba with a P. Pumba. Okay. Another thing for saving, I recently, since the file sizes get pretty big with the new undo history, I just disabled it for my sculpts I save. If you save it with the history on, it might go up to like 2 gigs or more, and if you don't have a lot of hard disk space like I do, you probably also prefer not to have it saved all the time. Only if you really insist on saving it, you can enable it. But I'm going to look, where was it again? I think it's here, undo history. So if you go to preferences, go to the undo history tab, you have an enable saving button. By default, I think it's enabled, so you can disable that. You can also put your maximum amount of undo history. If you don't have a lot of memory, you might also want to dial that back, and actually that's what I'm doing now. So if you're happy with your settings, just save your UI. Wait, oh no, just preferences, store config, et voila, it's saved it out. So now the next time I save, it won't save any of the undo history. So I kind of have all of the big shapes established, so I can start going up in resolution. I can either start subdividing from this, or I can just use Dynamesh. I usually use Dynamesh up to 128 and start subdividing after that, because 128 is a resolution that's still pretty manageable in terms of polygons. If you drag them around, you won't have like these tiny blobs. So wait, I'm going to press 128. Oh no, I was on 16, so I'm going to use 64 first, see what I can get out of that. You can see it's already pretty dense, so you can get a lot of detail out of it. So that's also a thing. If you subdivide, try to get as much detail out of one subdivision as you can. Don't just go in it and subdivide like crazy if you're not going to use the resolution. It's like I said before, it's also harder to manage everything, so just don't do it. So I'm now smoothing out the forms, trying to get all of the silhouette shapes into it. I can see here is it makes a sharp angle on the bottom side. I'm going to press solo so the tusks aren't in the way if I'm sculpting. Here we go. Another brush I use a lot is the hard polish. What it does, it flattens out where you're sculpting according to, I think it's according to your brush normal. So it's really useful, especially for these cartoony characters. They consist of a lot of flat planes and curves. So if now you can see I'm working on the snout, it needs to be flat. I can just flatten it with that brush, and it makes a nice smooth flat plane for me. Here we go. Flatten out the bottom a bit. So B, M, press move again. So this shape again, I'm going to show it. In some views it makes this shape. Is probably because if he's talking, they're also using the front of his snout to make it look like yeah, he's really talking like a human. Because yeah, you're dealing with animals, and animals, they need to convey like a human quality for people to relate to them. So you can see animators do a lot of these things, like use features that normally wouldn't deform when they open their mouth, but they still do it to give sort of the illusion that the animal is talking like a human would, so the viewer relates more towards it. And that's so when I'm sculpting it, that's something I need to look out for, since so it depends on which facial expression I'm sculpting. I'm going to add a little of this into it, even though like he has his mouth opened here too, but he doesn't have like the smaller curve into the snout. And since I'm going to have like this broader open mouth and not the smaller one, I'm not going to have such an extreme curve into it. I'm going to look, so you can see also here it's big open mouth and just a straight curve on the bottom of it. So most of it, yeah, now that I think of it, only here perhaps you also have like an open mouth and a small indent in the curve instead of a roundness. Actually, I like that it curves inwards a bit, so I am going to add a little of that into it. You can see not every angle, not every expression has the same curve into it, so you have to compromise what do I want, what don't I want it into my 3D sculpt, and try to translate it as good as possible. If you sculpt something with a curve you think is going to be right and it doesn't look right, just do it in another way, but you can also always try, and yeah, if it doesn't work, just adjust. Like I said before, it doesn't have to be 100% correct from the beginning, as long as you adjust things and evaluate all the time. In the end it will look right. Oh yeah, for the people who just joined, I need to say I'm not used to doing any of these kind of explanations or tutorials. So if you have any questions or I didn't explain something good enough, just ask in the chat and I'll try to explain it a bit better. So we have the snouts in there. Now I'm going to try to make the silhouette of the cheeks. I'm going to try to pronounce them a bit more, since if you look at the silhouette in the 2D images, it's pretty visible. So we need to make sure it's also visible in the 3D sculpt. At the same time, what you'll see me do is I use this Orb Cracks brush. It's a custom brush. I'll post a link up in the chat right now. So it's that brush. I used to use the /3 brush for it. That's the default brush, but what the Orb Cracks brush does is it gives like a nice a nice edge to it, especially when you go higher into your subdivisions. So I'll subdivide a few times. What you see is you have this nice straight lines being created for you, and it's actually pretty handy when you're sculpting yeah, cartoony characters, and you want you usually want those kind of lines in there. So that's why I use that brush. You can still use default brushes if you're more comfortable with it, or but yeah, I just like using that one. Just see what works for you. And okay, so what I'm going to do is trying to determine the line. I'm also thinking about the underlying skull shape. So what we have here is Actually, the skull would go like this, like inwards. So yeah, I sculpted quite some heads by now, and I did some studies on the human skull, and it's something you really need to do is just do anatomy studies. Even though you're working with cartoony characters, actually, especially when you're doing cartoony characters, it doesn't mean you don't need to know anatomy or anything. It's really the basis where everything starts off with. The more you know about anatomy, the more convincing you're going to make these characters. And yeah, especially if you see animators from Disney or anywhere else, they're really, they have a pretty good understanding of what anatomy is about. If you look at movies like Tarzan, how they animated Tarzan himself, if you see all the muscles and the studies they did, you'll come to understand why it's important to have a solid knowledge of what goes into how the body works. Even if you're like doing an animal, it's not like I did any studies towards like animals like this, but skull shape usually is quite the same when it comes down to the main big part. So if I make sure I get like a human skull shape in there, and I look enough towards my my reference, I think I'll get something convincing enough out of it. So I also get the character to look like the concepts. So pulling everything back. So from now on, you're going to see me use that Orb Cracks brush a lot. I'm actually just defining lines that are in the character. So pressing solo. So you see, I'm drawing the shapes, like I'm actually marking where I want the indents to be. You could also mask it off, and that's what I usually do, but oh, back to mask pen. If you already have like an indent, you can just select like the inner part and use the transpose move to move it inward, and then you get like the shape you want. Same goes for the mouth. It's easier if you don't have like the top exposed. If you're going to sculpt at the on the inner mouth, you can just hide one part of the mesh by pressing Ctrl Shift and Alt. So the part I have selected right now is going to be hidden. Here we go. Yeah. Now I'm going to hold Control to mask things off. If you have something masked off and you want to smooth the mask on the outer edges, you just hold Control and you click it, and as you can see, it smooths it out. So now I'm going to hold Control and click outside. So what it did is invert my mask. I'm going to go to the move brush and pull it inward. Smooth it out a bit. Do it like this. It created a shape I don't want, but I can smooth this out in here. Yet again, going to use the Orb Crack brush to determine some of the shapes that go on inside of the mouth. This should be deeper, so I'm going to mask it off and pull it back with the move brush or with the move transpose. Yeah, in ZBrush there are a lot of ways to do one thing. You just need to make sure you know what your options are and then determine what's the best option for you at the time. Some people like to use one thing, other people like to use another thing. It's personal preference sometimes, so just experiment with a lot of stuff and make sure you find out what works best for you or what works best in what occasion. So pulling it back, smoothing it out. I still have some stretched topology in here. If I hold Control and drag outside, I redynamished, and what you see now is I have a nice and equal amount of polygons on each side. So I'm going to go back to the Orb's Crack brush and going to define a few more curves. Control, no. I think his face should be wider, so I'm going to pull it out. His snout should also be wider. I'm going to unhide the tusks. So yeah, yet again, flattening shapes, making sure the curves are reading right. It's a lot of the same process for each and every shape. It just takes time, and you need to look at your reference enough to make sure everything looks right, every curve reads right, before you start detailing things out. In this stage, what I'm also starting to look for is a overlap of shapes. So basically, if you have like, he's a pretty fat character, so if you have bulging big shapes, they are going to overlap other shapes. So for example, this enormous jaw is going to go over this body shape since it's so big. What you can the best way I can explain it, wait, I'm going to save this out and Lightbox, open a new sphere for a second, BMM. So let's say this is a human body, a very abstract one. So if you have like a belt and you have the belly of the character with overlapping, what I mean is the belly will be hanging over the belt. It will be bulging over, and that's actually pretty important when you're sculpting forms, to not just like make an indent where the forms separate, but actually have them hanging over the other one. I normally have a good example in a sculpt of a project I'm working on. Let's see, it's Dota character. Oh, this one. Let's look for the right one. So many subtools. What the hell? Hide this. Ah, here it is. Okay. This is a very extreme example. So what you can see, because of the fat and the layering, you have quite a lot of forms folding over each other. You can see the belly actually, well, this form goes over the other one. It's still quite subtle actually, how much I made it go over, but for example with the belly it goes over quite a bit, so it really overlaps over the other form, and it makes it feel more like real life, just mass. But this is quite an extreme example. It's also with little things. If you're sculpting like an old man's eyelids, you're going to see it has I also have an example of that. Ian render. It's a lot more subtle, but for example on this sculpt, if I take turn off, you can see the details in it. I didn't just sculpt some lines. What I actually did is make the form the shapes overlap over each other. It's a much more natural thing to do, instead of, you see a lot of people just using an alpha, put it on there and think, oh yeah, I have my small detail on there and it's fine. But what you're actually looking for, need to look for, are these bigger masses. You're going to find and make things overlap, so it becomes a lot more, well, realistic and just natural. If you see those things, you see it just flows into each other. Yeah, I hope this is kind of clear what I'm trying to explain. So I'm going to go back to the Pumba sculpt. So one way to do this quickly is, if I'm going to mask lasso, I'm going to try to mask this off. Going to invert it, mask some more. So we have this. If I now use inflate, you can see it starts doing what I want it to do. It starts pulling things, one form over the other one. Then we can use like the move brush, smooth it out a bit. You can see you're starting to get like these overlapping shapes over each other. What I usually probably would do then is use my magnify brush. You can either use magnify or inflate. They kind of do the same thing, especially if you're doing like short operations like this, just clicking and drag, click, drag, click, drag. If you're doing it if you hold, I'm going to show you what one does and what the other does. So now I'm using the magnify brush. If I just keep on pressing, I have this result, and if I use inflate, if it's even still in there, I don't know. Inflate, here it is. If I keep pressing this, yeah. So I think so the magnify brush actually moves your polygons along the face normal, so the normal of your underlying polygon, and the inflate brush does it along the brush normal. I think it's that way, but as you can see, the end result is really subtle, and you can use either brush to get like this bulging effect. Just I'm used to using magnify. Some people are used to using inflates. Just what you prefer. And as I said, if you use it in like small movements, it will never be noticeable, the difference between the brushes. So we have this. Okay, this is another good example. You have like the big form here and another form overlapping into, well, the big form is overlapping into the other one. You can see it goes over it. So this again gives more believability that it's real mass laying over the other one and not just a carved in line in between the shapes. go. Going to pull back some eye sockets. So this again, yeah, just thinking about, so the eyes need to be in here. There's skull shapes underneath. You usually have like the eye sockets which hold the eyes, and then the eyelids going over the eyes. So what I first try to do is just get the eye sockets in there. It's already a bit smaller detail, so don't do it, well, you can do it in the beginning or a little later in the process, but just try it. It's smaller detail, so don't try to do it in the beginning, especially if your character has like these tiny little eyes. If your character is like 80% eyes, yeah, you can do it in the beginning, but just make sure you do the big shapes first and smaller shapes stay secondary. Here we go. Going to make the mouth indent a bit deeper. So we have the mouth, we have the line of the mouth, and it should go inward a bit. These are things you don't really see on the concepts, like the 2D images usually, but if you have like wrinkles, like the mouth would open, and you'll start creating like these small wrinkles on the sides of your mouth, because the lower lip goes over here into the upper lip, and then the cheek actually creates like a small indent, just trying to make the forms flow into each other like they do. Yeah, this yet again is like doing a lot of sculpts, a lot of anatomy studies, just watching people, watching how the face works, just a lot of research. Actually, everything in art is just do a lot of research, do a lot of studies, and keep at it. So now I'm looking at, we have a bulging form which holds the tusk, so it goes like this. Actually flows right smooth into it, so I'm using the Orb Crack brush to determine the line. You can see I'm kind of stretching the polygons yet again, so at this point I'm considering of smoothing it out using Dynamesh, but I'm gonna wait a little bit, establish the rest of the forms first, and when I'm happy with everything I'll probably use Dynamesh with a high resolution. Okay, so now I'm going to try and establish how the actual snout, like the upper part, goes into the skull. I'm going to use clay. Clay is my default. Well, default. Just when I try to add like subtle mass, I use the clay brush. I used to use the clay tubes brush a lot, especially in the beginning, because it's a really rough brush, and what it does, it doesn't distract you from going into detail too soon when you're establishing larger shapes. Just trying to find the big shapes first. But with these cartoony characters, since everything is very smooth, I try not to do that, because getting like all the smaller details out of it takes a lot of time, and if you're doing speed sculpting, you don't have the time to smooth everything out afterwards. It's also because I already did a lot of these sculpts. I know what the shapes should kind of look like, so I can establish them a lot faster. But if it helps you to just take it slower and be a lot rougher in the beginning with your shapes, then don't hesitate to do that. Speed actually doesn't matter anything if you're, you can do something really quick and it doesn't look like anything, then there's no gain for you. It's okay if you can do something really fast, but speed, it matters in a production environment, but it doesn't matter if you're doing personal stuff. If you're trying to improve yourself, speed shouldn't be the issue. Maybe you don't have a lot of time, okay, but then use your time to do things that are important, like anatomy studies. So yet again, trying to find all the shapes in there. Is starting to become pretty recognizable, I think. So I'm only not sure about this one, so I'm going to look for the right reference. Yeah, if you see me switch, if there's a Photoshop screen opened, that means I'm just scrolling around in my reference, trying to find the right view and maximizing it so I can see what I'm doing when I'm sculpting and have the right reference to match the sculpt to. Smooth it out a bit. From what I see in this view, the cheeks are pretty sharp, so I'm going to pull out the shape a bit more. It goes into the shape of the brows, so it makes a nice curve. Yet again, just evaluating curves from the concept from another view into the 3D shape, trying to get it to read right, using magnify. You can see the ears aren't right yet. They actually don't do this, but they going to the ears fold, so they actually have something like this and this. I'm going to try to establish that shape. Yep, something like this. Also, if it helps you, and every animal Disney animators create are always based on the real life animal. So if it helps you, you also can open like real life, like the photos of the real life animals, and you'll see For example, if I'm having trouble with the snout, like this part here, I can go and look it up, like Pumba, a hog, I think it's called. Warthog. Here we go. So as you can see, actually, if you compare the shapes of like the things, like the drawings and the real life animal, you see all the features are just exaggerated features the real life animal has. So opening photos to help you determine shapes can be pretty helpful, even though, yeah, like I said before, they always make compromises to make an animal feel more like human for relatability things. Actually, a good example of the human features they add is the movie Dinosaurs from Disney. Dinosaurs, Disney. This one, the animator where I work always uses this as an example. You can see the shape of the mouth. These dinosaurs, they have really human features to them. They actually just have like a human mouth, eyes facing to the front, and what that does is when they speak, it's, yeah, you relate to them because they look like human. Well, they don't actually look like humans, but it feels like a human when they're talking. So you're going to think, hey, this is a human. I can recognize it, and just it feels differently. So if I go back, so I looked at the real life pictures. Yeah, I think I'm doing quite the right thing when it comes to incorporating the shape of the snout into the upper head. So I can close this again, move my reference on my other screen and continue sculpting. So you can see I have this big shape going into the smaller shape. I'm going to pull this one back a little bit, because even though it overlaps, it's pretty far compared to, oh, it's a lot further. So I can see I'm going to mask this off a bit. I'm going to pull it way back. Using the move, holding shifts, dragging it out further, moving it down a bit. If I compare it to the reference, it should be something like this. So now I need to adjust the bottom curve I see in the concept. Oh yeah, when you're using smooth, so by holding shift, you have two modes. If you don't know this yet, you can either just keep on holding shift while you're using your smoothing brush, or you can start smoothing, then release shift, And what it will do is start using a different smoothing algorithm, and especially with dynameshed meshes, it helps to not get like pinching um, where you have topology that wouldn't smooth as well, like n-gons. Or I'm going to see if I can find an example here. Okay, I think I can do it with this. If I'm going to smooth this out a lot more. So I subdivided it, and wait, I'm going to go a few subdivisions back. Now, yeah, I'll show it when I run into the issue. I'll try to show it later on. So I'm going to go back, delete the subdivisions, and evaluate my forms a bit more. So pull it out, pull it out. Of course, I'm probably going to have like a 3/4 view and a top view to show it from, so I'm going to make sure the body is actually kind of visible. It doesn't have to be like shown all the way, but just so you have a sense the head connects to something. Okay, like this. Then the actual head goes something like this, a bit wider. Pull it back. Okay. So yet again, adjusting shapes, making sure all the curves are there. Okay. Bring the ears to the front a bit. So I think I came to a point where I'm going to add a little subdivision. For these cartoony characters, I just determine I'm going to need more resolution to sculpt in the eyes and some of the overlapping forms in here. You can see if I start adding mass here, it doesn't look right. So I'm now thinking of subdividing it, even though, yeah, I have quite some resolution, but the entire characters in the end are pretty smooth. So I'm going to determine a few more lines like this. Maybe use the high polish brush to flatten out a few more surfaces. I think this one should be flat. Here we go. Yep. So I'm going to dynamesh one more time. I know this is probably going to be my last time I dynamesh, so I'm going to put it on 128. Press enter and then control drag outside. So you see I got a lot more resolution. And now I can start actually, yeah, kind of detailing. Well, it isn't really detailing, it's just making all the shapes that are in there more readable, because that in the end is what you're going for, readability of each and every shape. You're going to see, I'm also going to explain it once I start poly painting, just making shapes read right. Also by adding color, that's the most important thing you're trying to do. Every shape, especially the most important ones, just need to read like the shapes they are in the 2D concepts. So these are these curves. I'm going to pull it up a bit. Okay, something like this. I'm going to make room for the eye sockets. I'm going to switch my brush to the mask pen and mask off like the shape I want to go inwards. Use the move brush once again to pull things back. Here we go. Yep. So right about now I think it's time to add in eyes. What I do is I use append and select the sphere, like the default one that's in there. Then I'm going to use like transpose yet again. Wait, first switch to the subtool, then use transpose. Of course, making a straight line with your transpose tool on these curved surfaces is a bit harder. What you need to try to do is like find, especially if you hit the center, it usually works to hold shift and drag downwards and you'll get a nice and straight line out of it. For scaling it doesn't really matter that much if you're using symmetry, but if you're using move or something, yeah, of course, if I have like my move and I want to move it upwards, you can see if I move it, it starts going into each other or it starts pulling out, and you never really want that to happen. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to unhide everything. Wait, first drag my straight line yet again. So hold shift, drag it down, go to the scale, make my other meshes visible again, and drag until it's right. Here, move it up, go back to scale, scale it down, drag a new line, hold shift to make it straight, and okay, I think it's about the right size. Then hold shift yet again. You can see here I dragged the line, I held shift, but it's still made like this line that isn't straight, so I'm going to try and do it again, but it actually, I know when you do this, it usually doesn't give you a straight line, and I don't know why it is. I am holding shift, so I thought it would lock to like 90 degree angles, but it doesn't. Oh, it actually snaps to points. Okay, yeah, I'm going to look into that. So maybe you can put it, you can set it to angles or something. That would be a lot more useful since you're usually trying to move in degrees. Oh, okay, yeah. So now I'm going to try and establish like the eye shape. A lot of these characters don't really have nice round eye shapes. They have like egg shape. Maybe sometimes in a certain expression they will be round, but most of the time they're like not 100% round shapes, more something like you can see here. They actually go with the shape of the brow. So I'm going to switch back, make sure everything's visible again. The brow should be a bit wider, so I'm going to drag it in a bit, invert the mask, something like this. Okay, enable this, scale it down a bit, and move it. Okay. I'm going to use the move to drag it back a bit. Yeah, if you draw a move line and you use the upper sphere, so the last one you dragged, so here, it's actually going to move like in that line you just dragged. It isn't going to move the entire thing, but it's going to make like yeah, some sort of sub-selection where this is 100% and it gradients down to like 0% at the bottom. So if I move it, you can see the bottom stays intact and the upper part is moving. Yeah, with the middle one you move the entire thing. Here we go. So I'm going to go into solo mode. I can see this isn't as clean as I want it to be, so I'm going to smooth it out a bit. I'm also seeing I don't have quite a resolution I want to have. Well, I have enough to sculpt the forms in, but I'm going to have to subdivide once I want to add in like more details. The reason I'm subdividing and not using Dynamesh is because once I go, you can see I don't have that much polygons in here, so if I use the move brush I can still manipulate them in a fairly nice way, so I don't get like these little dents and everything. If I subdivide this like 5 times or something, yeah, just if I go into a higher resolution, oops, maybe, yeah, so this is a higher resolution. If I start moving this, you're going to have to manipulate a lot more polygons. You're going to have like this smaller, ugly, yeah, it's just going to be a lot harder to use your form. And the nice thing about subdivisions is I can go back to the first one. If I want to move like an entire shape, I can still do that. I can make sure the curve is right, and then I can go back up into my subdivision. And that's why I stop Dynameshing at 128. So go back. So Okay, going back to here. I'm going to make the eyes visible again. Oh, that's why I did this. Going to drag out, like mask out the upper eyelid shape. Going to invert it. Then I'm going to enable the eye shape, and I'm going to use the move brush or the move transpose. I think, yeah, I'll do it this way. Use the move transpose, and now you smooth this out. Use the move brush to get the shape of the upper eyelids to wrap around the eye, the actual eye. Smooth it down. Drag it around. Now it's about time I try to determine which facial pose I'm going to choose. I think I'm going to go for like the big one here. So he has his eyes like partially closed. What you also could do is sculpt like the eyelids on the actual eye, but if you're going to use like multiple materials and everything, it isn't as clean, and especially if you plan on animating it later on, you always want like your eyelids to be separate. Well, they need to be in the main head shape and not on the eyelid. Only if you're certain you're going to do like a still image and you're not going to use the mesh for anything else, you can just sculpt the eyelid onto the eye itself, but I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to use it for something else than a still image. So control, you can see I have fairly low resolution to start sculpting in eyelid details, like for the bottom eyelid, so I'm going to actually wait doing that. I'm going to undo my mask, use, yeah, this is another great thing about if I use the Orb Cracks brush. If I want a straight line, I have, if I go to stroke, I have lazy mouse enabled. I think it's by default. It's now set to 7. If I drag it out, I get a nice straight line for the eyelid. You can actually see on the other side what it's doing. What you can do is actually make the eye go inward, so like it's a real eyelid going over it. You don't have to do that since you're not going to see it. The eye is always in front of it, but let's say you want to retop it and have topology going over it. This could be useful to actually sculpt this in, but that yet again is like a personal choice you have to make. Here we go, still using a Orb Cracks brush to make some shapes go in a bit deeper. What I'm also doing at the same time is I'm not just pushing this in, I'm also using Alt, so I'm using I'm actually adding and pressing the outer edge, so you're making the indents bigger since you're pushing it in, and also bringing the forms around it outwards. So smooth it down a bit, then pull it out a bit more, and then subtly smooth it out a bit more. Yeah, if you want it to be softer when you're smoothing, just decrease the intensity. Alexander, I'll make sure I put this video, well, the video will automatically be available on live stream, but I'll also make sure I upload it somewhere so you can yeah, you can look at it and skip through it and just download it so you have it locally on your hard drive. So yet again, smoothing out a bit. I have the eye sockets. Put my Z intensity up yet again. Pulling out the shapes. This is actually a pretty easy character to get right, since the big shapes determine the entire feel, well, entire expression of the character. If you have like the big shapes right, yeah, it just reads. Also, Pumba is a pretty unique character, and if you get like certain key points right, people will recognize it. Yes, like these pointy things, like the cheeks, they go into the mouth. I'm going to make his smile a bit broader. Well, so I'm going to mask off the bottom because I want to get a sharper mouth corner. I'm going to mask off like the bottom part, so if I'm manipulating the upper part, the bottom part isn't moving with it. I'm also going to like mask off this, so this is the shape I want to retain. So I pull it up, you can see it's already a lot sharper. Here we go, pull it up and then smooth it out a bit. And what we can do now is do this. I'm going to use the Orb Cracks brush to bring in the form a bit, like push it in. And now I'm going to mask off, like hide the bottom part, so I can make sure the inside of the mouth actually looks right and doesn't do like these nasty things with the geometry. So smooth it out a bit. Can also start determining like the inside of the mouth. Yet again, these things you probably won't ever see, especially if you're doing like a speed sculpt. You don't have to sculpt out these insides of the mouth. Actually, but if you're doing a study of an animal or something, I would try to do that. Also try to make sure. At the moment, so you have the tusks. I'm guessing the form actually wraps around it. Like, wait, if I get it to go like this, something like this, and the middle part probably also, so the mouth would, the actual mouth part would stop right here or something. But this, yet again, yeah, it's guessing. I'm not going to look up like what it is 100% because it doesn't really matter for the actual image I'm trying to create. But if you're trying to study the animal, just look it up, and I'm sure you can find like either a skull shape or some anatomy images that explain how the shape actually goes. and flows into each other. Okay. So we have this sharp shape, we have the line going straight down from there. Use the Orb Cracks to push things in a bit more. Going to hide a bit, so Control Shift Alt. Oh, hidden a bit too much. Yeah. Oh, the solo. B. Pull out a line. Et voilà. So what I'm doing now is just making the actual folds the expression makes a bit more pronounced into the image. Just trying to see yet again if a human would smile, what kind of folds would the mouth make on the face. Try to incorporate that into the sculpt. Here we go. So we make this our cheek, and then we have like this. Something like this. Here we go. So yeah, I'm just carving out the inner shape of the ear, trying to make it look as much as a concept as I can. So it would overlap, something like this. Something like this. I'm going to use a pinch to pull together like this part. Also going to make the ears a bit pointier, yet again by using pinch. H, using the high polish to determine the planes of the ear. And now I'm going to add some folds where the ear goes into the actual head. Yet again, not enough resolution, so I'm not going to put them in there yet. Only once I subdivide it, I'll add those details a bit more. Okay, so I have the eye shapes. they seem to be pretty much the same as the concepts. I'm not sure yet about these parts, so I'm going to bulge them up a bit. Yet again, use magnify, smooth it out, add a bit more. Yeah, bulge these things up a bit. Since he's smiling, they added a bit of the illusion of cheeks, so bulge that up a bit with magnify. Here we go. Did I copy over the eye yet? Nope. So alt click, use the mirror and use the mirror and weld. Et voila, it's copied over. Okay, I think I'm going to start and add the basic geometry for the hairs on his back and on the top of his head. So first make sure the shape is the right one before I start pulling out the hair shapes. So like this, like this, like this. Here we go. Okay, now you can use different ways to like add geometry, either like you saw with the eyes and the tusks. You can just add a simple geometry shape from the standard ZBrush library of shapes. But what you can also do is start masking off things. Like for example, for the hair, since you always have like a determined surface on the body where the hair is going to be, you can easily just mask off roughly where the hair parts will start from. So I think it's something like this. I'm going to enable perspective yet again. I see I disabled it, okay, a while back. So the hair actually goes into a point on the head, around the ears, to the back, a bit less wide, and I don't know. Oh, it goes into a point to the back, so this is actually isn't right. It's more something like it goes wide and then into a point. So we have the shape established where we want the hair to go. Then we go to the subtool menu and to extract. So here we go. Since R2, I think, ZBrush 4 R2, you can hit the extract button, but you see once you start moving around, it didn't actually extract anything from your mesh. This is actually pretty useful since you don't know which thickness you want your mesh to have from the beginning, and in previous versions you had to like extract, oh, it created a new subtool, it wasn't good, okay, delete it, try again with another setting. And what you can do now is just adjust the setting, click extract, see if it works for you. If it doesn't, just adjust the setting, click extract again, and once you're happy with it, like I am now, I think it's okay to sculpt from. So I'm happy with the shape, I can click accept, and once I click that, you can see in here it created a new subtool. You can also see once I turn around, the subtool is still there. What I'm going to do right off the bat too is clear my mask, because I notice when I'm sculpting I usually forget, since this shape is over the other one, I usually forget to clear my mask, and if I start extracting other things, it starts extracting this part too, and I don't want that. So if I clear my mask now, I won't have that. So now I'm going to switch to my subtool here by alt-clicking it. Yeah, something I also noticed switching subtools, if your brush is big, it might be a lot harder to switch subtools. Like now, I had to click like a few times, but if your brush is small and you click it, well, actually now it isn't even switching it. So I'm going to make my brush even smaller, alt-clicking. See, it doesn't want to switch. So I change the angle and it does. Those are like these minor bugs, or just things in ZBrush you need to get used to. If you don't have a lot of subtools, you can still switch in here, but if you have like way more, it will become a hassle to scroll through it and make like figure out which one it was you need to sculpt on. So it's pretty nice if you can just alt and click your subtool. So what I'm going to do now, by default, ZBrush masks off. So for your extracted mesh, if I turn on polyframe, you're going to see it created two, like polygroup for the top and bottom, and a polygroup for the sides. So since I'm going to want to extract the hair upwards, I don't want the bottom part to go with it. So now I have the sides masked off. I'm going to control click in the bottom. You can see the side and the top. Oh yeah, so the bottom and top also have separate polygroups. So I have the bottom now only visible because I control shift clicked on it. So it only shows me the polygroup I control shift clicked. Now I'm going to press Control A to mask off that part. So if I now control shift outside of my mesh into my workspace, I'm going to unhide everything. And what you can see is, if I turn off polyframe, I have the sides masked off, the bottom masked off, and if I start pulling out shapes with a move, I'm going to undo this. So enable symmetry by pressing X. If I pull out shapes now, it won't be pulling out like the bottom as well towards the top. Why you don't want that is because if I wouldn't mask off the bottom part and I pull it up like this, the mesh would probably do like this. So you can see the bottom also goes up, and if I dynamesh this, it might give like holes in the mesh. What you can also do, another thing, with each brush you can go to the brush menu. In auto masking you have a back face mask. If you enable that, what it's going to do is I'm going to undo my masking. If I first I'm going to show you what it does without it. I'm going to drag my brush palette over here. So it's the back face mask in the auto masking palette. I'm going to disable it. I'm going to pull this up, and as you can see, it also pulled up the bottom part. If I enable it and I pull this up, it didn't touch the bottom part. And this is very useful. I actually only discovered it like this year or something. And yeah, I used to have like this really dirty topology which was unable to manipulate properly. And this one fixes a lot of things. Just enabling the button, or having your masking in a proper way. Why I prefer just masking it off for this is because if I use the snake hook, which I use a lot, sometimes if you pull things up like this, you also created backface masks on the shapes you pulled out. So if you have backface masking enabled and I start dragging this out, you can see it doesn't move the entire shape, and I wanted to move that. So that's why I don't use this for this particular reason, but I actually don't have backface masking on. So I'm now going to, like I said, use the snake hook because I have some sort of elasticity to the brush, and hair is very flowy and curvy, so you actually want that. So I pull out shapes, I pull out roughly where as high as I want them to go. I'm going to have like, I'm going to make them go back, so like this. Yet again, also the hair goes into a curve. It curves this way and it curves from the front to the back. Then I'll smooth it out, something like this. Another nice thing with snake hook is you can do things like this. If you want to suggest like a few strands of hair coming out, you can just pull them out of there. Don't mind the topology since you're using the Dynamesh feature. I used to do this even without Dynamesh. Yeah, you would get like I remember a friend of mine called it raped topology, something like this, where your topology just is very dirty and you normally wouldn't be able to use this. Also, if I would Dynamesh this, since it's so close together, you'd probably start to get meshes with holes if you don't have enough resolution, or even if you have enough resolution. So what I do a lot is inflate it a bit, so you have a bit broader shape to work with for Dynamesh, and then usually it's okay. But I'm going to undo this since I don't want this, and I'm going to establish the general shape of the hair. Pull it out, pull it out. I think it goes in this way. Actually goes a bit outward to the top, towards the top. Invert the mask, pull it inwards a bit at the bottom, and then I'm going to smooth it out. Going to save in case of a crash or something. You never know. I found that ZBrush is fairly stable, but sometimes if you're working with high density meshes and modifiers, it might give you some crashes once in a while. So better be safe than sorry. You can see I'm using the Orb Cracks brush yet again. I just pull in the shapes, so it creates this nice sharp indents into the mesh. It actually looks like the hair is going into the head. It just helps sell the illusion of hair strands coming out of it. With hair, never sculpt each and every individual hair. Okay, if you're using fiber mesh will do that for you, but also the shading used on fiber mesh helps make it into believable masses of hair. If you're sculpting hair, just try to make sure you get the general shapes of the hair mass down and suggest a few flowing hairs in there, and usually it will work. You can also use like your texture to enhance the feeling of it actually being hair, but never just start doing this like a million little hairs. It will just look ugly, and people won't even believe it's hair. It's going to look like a raked surface. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to pull out a few strands with snake hook just to add some silhouettes. Yet again, not minding the topology of things, yeah, smoothing it out a bit so I won't have dirty artifacts when I try to use Dynamesh or something. Wait, no, this actually isn't what I want. So it goes in towards like more of a point. So wait, from this I'm going to have a look at my reference again. I think it's going to two sides. It's like the top parts of this, so I'm masking it off, establishing the center line, and then I'm going to use the move brush to move aside some of the hairs. Invert it, pull this down a bit. So pull this out a bit. Just trying to find the right flow of the hair. It's a lot with like sculpting hairs and beards, and what you need to do is try to just sculpt it and try to find the right curves that go on inside of it. Sometimes it doesn't look right, so you adjust it, and you just keep on adjusting the curve until it looks right. You can sometimes determine things from your reference, but a lot of times you're just going to have to try to establish everything yourself and trying to make it look appealing, trying to make it look like it's actual hair masses. So what I'm trying to do here is actually you have hair that goes to the side like this, starts from a center line, goes to the outside, and then it would pull back in using clay to make an indent. So yet again making a curve. It's all about the curves. like this. Hair comes out. Then you'd have a few strands actually being pulled out, not for every piece of it, something like this. Okay, now I'm going to adjust the general shape a bit more. Make it broader, make it smaller towards the end. And now I'm going to use Dynamesh. I'm going to go to 64. Try that. I think it's going to be enough. Smooth it out a bit and start sculpting on it some more. So just trying to establish the general flow of the hair. Yep. I'm going to inflate it a bit so it's a bit of a thicker shape. Yeah. And I'm going to make the outer edges fall down a bit more by masking off the parts I don't want to move and pulling this down a bit and pulling it up, down, so it also gives this nice overlapping hair shape. Yet again, overlapping also in the hair, giving it a nice flow. Okay, now I subdivided it. Using the Orb Cracks brush, to kind of suggest hairs coming out of the head. So what you need to do is actually just suggest it on the front of the head and probably towards the back, and the middle part doesn't need to have like that many detail added to it. It will usually convey the illusion of it being a hair mass. Something like this. Of course, Pumba has a lot of in the drawings. I never used the Damien standard. What does it? Oh yeah. It's kind of the same without the edge. I think it has a bit more of an edge than /3. I'm going to have to try this on more resolution. So this is the Damien standard, and then I'm going to drag a line Wait, I'm going to have more resolution for it to show. And then Damien Standard. Yeah, Damien Standard is a bit less sharp, but actually I think it would do the job pretty well. If you're bound to only using standard brushes from ZBrush, it looks like a pretty decent brush to establish all of the shapes with. So I'm actually going to try that now, because I think it will also work for the things I'm trying to do here. So thank you for the suggestion. Stroke. Oh. How far in was I? Delete higher. Ah, yeah. If you see, it goes bigger, and now I'm going to try it with the Orb Cracks. Once you... Yeah, it does something. It actually, the Damien Standard seems to pinch everything towards the center line, and while the Orb Cracks brush doesn't do that. And I actually don't want it to pinch everything inward. Especially, I just noticed with the when I use it as a bigger brush. So Damien Standard. If you use it with big shapes, yeah, it makes this a bit too smooth, kind of shape, which I don't want. I'm going to try it with Orb Cracks. See, it makes this nice sharp edge at the top, at the bottom, and at the other top, and that's actually the shape I want. If I don't want it, I just smooth it out. But I'm trying to go for like these exaggerated straight lines. It's the Orb Cracks brush. I have the link right here. Second. Here it is. No problem. Okay. So you see what I'm doing here? I'm suggesting a few hair strands, but I'm not going to like do the entire thing like this. Just on the front, maybe on the back a bit. Yeah, the shape is just usually this shape. Wait, trying to find a flat surface. Yeah, like here. So I usually just do make this kind of shape, like this curve, and yeah, usually it works. So you can see it kind of gives the illusion of a hair, even though it isn't like a really small hair strand. Here we go. So in the beginning of the head we make small ones, and the more we go backwards we make the shapes broader, just bigger in general. Make it go outward, something like this. Trying to keep the flow of the hair in there. So yeah, So you make one go out, then you make one go in, make one go out, make one go in. So it looks like there's these strands of hair overlapping each other. Here we go. So these can be a bit bigger. Yet again, always the same shape I'm actually drawing. Like a curve towards a point and then back inward. Point, inward, inward. Just keep on doing that until you have the entire mass covered. So we're going towards the back, so the back can be a bit smaller again. I'm also noticing when I go into the back view, this looks a bit too much of the same, so I'm going to actually throw in a few smaller ones in there. Okay, and I'm going to towards the back make the hair also flow more towards the back part like this. Okay. This. So now I'm zooming out, trying to make sure everything is still readable. Maybe it's already a bit too detailed for what I want, so I'm going to smooth it out a bit. I'm going to establish some bigger hairs along the sides. So using snake hook, I'm pulling things out like this. Smoothing it out a bit. You can see I want this to go inward. Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't get like these blobbish shapes in between it. Just try to sculpt it out. Try to make more into like a hair strand. Pull it out. I'm going to use pinch to make it a bit sharper at some points. Usually the silhouette parts, also towards the back, I'm just going to make it a lot sharper. Even towards the top, something like this. This still looks messy, so I'm going to address that now. So what I definitely don't want is like these big dirty blobs. Okay. Sculpt this out. Of course, this isn't as clean as I would do it for like high resolution sculpt. It's still a speed sculpt, even though I'm going a bit slower now since I'm trying to explain everything I do. But you just need to make sure the overall image looks right. You don't have any like dirty parts right into the presentable the part you're going to present in the image. So since I'm going to do like a front and 3/4 view, I don't have to like, yeah, actually I didn't have to sculpt everything out in here, but still, if you want to do that, you can still do that if you're going to use your mesh for other purposes, or just want to have like an entire clean clean sculpt, and you want to make like a 360 degrees video out of it, or a turntable. Let's see, when I enable the body, I'm going to suggest more hairs in here. You can see, yeah, I'm defining like individual hair strands, but for this particular character, it's just needed to convey the hairs going up. But I'm still smoothing things out, making sure I don't have like too many detail in there, so it stays readable as a big shape. Smooth it down a bit, and here we have it. I think it works quite well. Maybe broaden the shape a bit towards the back. Oh. Yeah, sometimes when I adjust the draw size, I accidentally press the undo history bar. I know I can use S and then scroll down the size, but somehow I still use like the top sliders. Maybe I just should force myself to always use the S and all the shortcuts. Also for moving and scaling, I use these things. They're pretty close. Some of the shortcuts in ZBrush I just don't like for scaling and everything, too many combination of keys. Others I do like, so I usually use them. This also gives me quite fine control over the viewport and everything, so I don't mind pressing those buttons. And also when I'm working here, these buttons aren't that far away from my mouse. So be snake hook. So I'm going to adjust the head shape again a bit more. Okay, something like this. B S S. Oh. Yet again, using the Orb Cracks brush in an inverted way to get sharper lines. And I'm going to use the move and make sure the nostrils are the right size. Okay, in a concept, Pumba has like one teeth. I'm going to use append and then take a box and alt click to enable it. Use the move transpose, scale it so it's roughly the size I want it to be. Then move it towards the right place. Something like here. Here we go. press draw, and then I'm going to subdivide it once and smooth it down. Since these boxes already have quite some resolution, it it will smooth down nicely with like a nice bevel to it. So exactly what we want for these cartoony teeth. It's a lot wider in the concept, so I'm gonna drag it out some more. Here we go. Move it back. Make it go with the curve of the mouth. Okay, now we have this. I'm going to also add like the tongue. I'm going to use the extract function yet again. Control Shift to mask off the bottom part. Well, actually hide all the rest. Use the solo button to only have this subtool visible, and then mask out roughly the shape of the tongue. Okay, that's about it. Press the extract, accept. Yeah, we're gonna undo this mask first here. Wait, I'm gonna unhide this. I'm going to use going to switch to the tongue. Press solo. Okay. Invert the mask. Control Shift click on the bottom polygroup. Mask it all off. Control Shift outside to unhide everything. So now only the top part is visible. Use the move brush to pull out my shapes. So the general shape of the tongue. Oh, seems I don't have symmetry on, but something like this. Smooth it down. I'm going to use the mirror and weld on it. Then I'm going to use Dynamesh, since I already have too much resolution on it and I don't want that. I'm going to use 64 or something. Yeah, okay, this is more manageable. So now I'm going to use magnify. I'm going to enable back face masking, and I'm going to bulge it up a bit so we have more of the shape. Then use the Orb Cracks to establish the center line. Smooth it out a bit like this. Here we go. This actually wouldn't be move. I'm going to go out of solo mode. I'm going to have it visible in the side view, so I'm going to pull it up. Something like this. It's more of a round shape, so something like this. Smooth it out a bit more. Just make sure the general shape is the right one. Here we go. And then I'm going to inflate it a bit so it's more the shape I want it to be. Yeah, seems about right. Turn it around. Going to make this a bit broader. Something like this. Okay. Now I'm going to make sure all the overlapping looks good. I also subdivided, so I'm going to address some of the areas I said before I wasn't going to sculpt on yet. I'm going to suggest like a small fold on this part, yet again by using the Orb Cracks brush. Move to adjust the curve. I'm also going to give the slight suggestion of lip bottom. Just to separate the shape. Using the Orb Cracks brush inverted to make a sharp line on the edges. Oh, I never bought a... Jason, I never bought a school laptop. I just ordered one from... wait, I think my first one was BTO or something. They have like laptops you can customize. Actually, my current one is also from BTO. So I have like 16 gigs and 2 graphics cards in it. And it's my workstation. I'm actually working on it right now. It's really yeah, great machine, and it doesn't cost that much. I'm just re-evaluating the shapes. I look at the 2D images. I see the bottom part is a bit wider, so I'm pulling it out like this. But I think I'm getting pretty close to what it looks like in 2D. So yeah, something like this. Okay, now I'm going to add a few more details, so I subdivide the mesh. Going to move the eyes a bit, something like this. The eyelids should go downwards a bit for the the expression I'm trying to recreate. So it's a small curve downwards, and then I'm masking off where the bottom eyelid is going to be, like this, inverting, and then I'm going to use the inflate to add mass on that part, smooth it out, and pull it up a bit. So as you can see now it's a straight line, so I'm going to pull back the edges a bit while I still have that mask right there. Something like this. Of course, yeah, now my topology is messed up again, so I'm going to have to retopologize or subdivide. I don't think subdividing would be a smart thing to do, since you're going to have unnecessary geometry on certain parts, and you're going to end up with a pretty big file, and you don't want that. So I'm going to use Dynamesh later on again, just to get those those shapes a lot smoother. What I'm doing now is just trying to find planes, make it bulge where it needs to, and use the high polish to flatten out certain parts. So yet again, just trying to make the readability of the character and the shapes flowing into each other a lot better. So in the end, you know, oh, that's that shape, and it goes into that shape, and so on. B Orb Cracks. Also trying to bring in some sharper edges. You can do that by high polishing or using the Orb Cracks brush in the inverted way. Here we go. So naturally the skin is pulling up, so we'd have folds right here. The skin would fold something like this, something like this. Here we go. Now I'm going to use the high polish again on the lips, so I have smooth things down a bit. Make sure everything reads right. Something like this, yeah. Maybe it's a bit too much, so I'm going to smooth it out a bit on the front of the lips. So on the back, use the high polish. Yep, I'm liking this. High polish some parts, so you have the planes of the body established a bit. Use the magnify brush to bulge some things. I also said I was going to address these folds when I add more resolution, so that's what I'm doing now. So actually the ear goes into the head. It's a bit too far back in here. Okay, I'm now going to use Dynamesh to clean this up, and then I think I'm pretty set to start giving it a bit color. The round forms and the planes, you can kind of see it in the concept at first, but you also have to decide for yourself. I'm mainly doing that now. I already had like round shapes in there, so I just try things. If it works, like I flatten a plane. If it works, I'll keep it. If it doesn't work, I'll smooth it out. Just try to see for yourself what works and what doesn't. It's a lot of just trying and trial and error, basically. But yeah, some shapes just like this, you wouldn't flatten it because it's a round shape. If you're going to flatten this, your silhouette is changing, so that's also an important part. For the cheeks, for example, like these parts, you could flatten them, you could get away with flattening them out quite a bit. I think actually this kind of works, so, but I'm still smoothing it out so it flows nicely into the other shapes. Okay, getting pretty. So I'm going to go up to 265. I'm going to subdivide it, see if there isn't anything that needs to be fixed. So I'm smoothing out the details, actually straightening the curves, making sure everything reads right. So that's an indent. The ear should actually have like a curve going from here. Yeah, it's a lot slower, also because, like I mentioned, I don't usually do like these explanations, and a lot of things I do, I just do, and I don't really think about what I'm doing. I'm just doing it because I did it like 1,000 times, and I tried things, and some things worked, some things didn't. So that's why, yeah, eventually you start doing things without thinking about it, and actually trying to explain it also helps me define it for myself and think about what I could do differently to make it even faster or better. And yeah, so that's why I'm doing this, and also just so you guys have a bit more information, because the no audio videos are probably harder to get to see what I'm doing at certain points, or why I'm doing something at a certain point. Um, go. And yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the sculpt itself, so I'm going to start poly painting it. Save it out first. Oh, maybe adjust like sculpted tusk a bit more, since it's still a pretty flat shape. Just add a few straighter edges in there. So just using high polish yet again to make the shapes more readable. Yep. And this works. Okay, so for coloring there are a few things you need to keep in the back of your head. So first of all, try to take a material that doesn't have a lot of shadow in it. I usually pick the skin shade material because it has by default a pretty high ambient, I think, and you can see you can actually see the colors you're putting on there. Also, if I go to white, my material is white. If I do the same with the red Chavin, if I put it on white, it's brown. You don't want that. So I'm going to use the skin shades. You could also use the basic material. Wait, not madcap gray, but basic material. But I'm going to use this one later on. I'm just going to stick with skin shade for now. And so first off, what we need is a nice base color. He's kind of brown reddish. You can still be pretty loose with the color as long as it's kind of the same, in the same range of what the concept is. I'm going to make it a bit lighter, something like this, and maybe a bit no, that's too red, that's too brown. Actually, the color before was better. I think something like this for a base color would work. So I have this. If I go to the color tab, you see you have a fill object. So if I press that, wait, I'm first going to switch to the standard brush. I always use the standard brush for coloring these things. So I switch to the standard brush. By default it will have Z add-on, RGB disabled, I think. And so what you're going to do is disable the Z add. Yeah, I'm going to add the wrinkles. Probably once I poly painted everything, I'm going to go over the model again, trying to make sure maybe I missed a few details or something, and I'll probably add it then. So back to the coloring part, I have RGB enabled. I'm gonna set the intensity to 100%, and now I'm going to press the fill object. So what it did is it applied poly paint. You can see if your poly paint is enabled by either having this brush next to your subtool. So if I enable, disable it, yeah, you won't see the difference. But for example, if I have a white material, you see it isn't changing the color of the thing I did the fill object function on, because now this color is embedded into the into each vertex and each polygon of that model. If I click this little icon, I enable and disable it. What you can also do is go to the Colorize tab. Let's see, where is it? I usually don't use it anymore, so get a search. Oh, it's actually a Polypaint tab, and it says Colorize. You can also enable, disable it there, but you usually don't go over here. You just press the icon right here. Here we go. So we have this. I'm currently, I'll first give all my other subtools the right color I wanted to have. This is, yeah, a flesh tone, so let's say something that works well with the other one, something like this. Okay, fill object. Then I'm going to, oh yeah, if you hold your mouse and you drag onwards to your model, you'll have a color picker. So you can see if I go to the pink part, it will have pink in the color tab. If I go to the brown part, it will have the brown in there. So what I'm going to do now is search for a darker shade for the hair mesh. So I'm going to first enable it, since I have dimming on my subtools. So you can see it even so the hair and the tusks now have the same color, but because the tusks aren't enabled, it will preview darker. You can disable that by going to preferences and I think it's, is it edit? Oh yeah, here you have masked object dimming. If I, here, inactive subtool dimming, it's now at 0.75. If I drag it to 9, you can see it actually now has no dimming at all. It has exactly the same color as you have selected in here. That can be useful. So I'm going to fill that object. Then I'm going to pick a base tone for my eyes. I never go for like pure white, because pure white is reserved for the highlights of the eyes. So I'm going to go for something like a bit more yellow, brownish, and also fill it. The tusks and the teeth are going to have the same thing, so I fill this. So now if I change my color, you can see everything has a color assigned to it, and I'm going to start adding like the actual colors, like the gradients and everything. First off, I saw the shape wasn't quite right, so I'm going to adjust it. You can see it's not because I'm coloring that I'm not evaluating the shape anymore. So in every stage I'm still seeing, does it look right? If it doesn't, I'll adjust it. There's no use in not adjusting it if you know it isn't right. Like this. Pull this out a bit, adjust the curve a bit. Okay, so I mentioned gradients. What you see being done in a lot of hand-painted stuff, cartoons, cartoony stuff, game things, World of Warcraft characters, for example, you'll also always see they are darker and have like a different hue shade towards the bottom and a lighter tone towards the top. That's mainly because you always want to read the character. The top needs to be more visible than the bottom. You also have a nice guide on it on Dota. I'm going to look up the link right now and post it in the chat. Dota art guides. So it's this one I just posted up, and the other one you need to look at too. They have a great deal of information concerning just coloring your characters the right way, so they are readable at very small sizes, but also when they're bigger you might want to do that, and especially if you're doing cartoony stuff, just make sure you apply those things. So first off, I'm going to establish a few more base colors using standard brush. This is too dark, so I'm going to blend in, and I'm going to pick like this tone. Here we go. The coloring is always pretty, you don't have to be very precise with it. Just make sure it's, you color in between the lines, and it's actually kindergarten stuff. Just need to know which colors to use and where to use them. What I also do with these characters is I actually paint in a bit of shadow. So the middle parts, so like these parts, I'm actually also making darker. Shadow will kind of take care of that for you, but you also want your character to be readable even if there's no shadow, so that's why I'm doing that. So I added a bit of shadow. I'm also going to add a bit of gradient, so I'm decreasing the RGB intensity of my brush, and I'm brushing on the bottom. So you see I'm making the bottom darker than the top part is. Also another thing, for picking your darker color, so this is my base color. I'm not just going to pick like a darker intensity of it. I'm also going to shift my hue a bit. It just looks a lot nicer than a straight just taking the darker color of the same color. It gives kind of a muddy feel. If you're doing that, it doesn't add as much. You want as much of extra color tones in there. So I'm picking the top part again, and I'm going to add a bit more light colors on the top. I'm also going to try to blend the darker and the lighter tones with more saturated tone in the middle, something like this. So as you can see, it's all about just readability. If I go to a flat shader, you can still read the shape, and that's what you want. You can see, oh yeah, that's going inwards, that's on the outside. That's basically what you want to have. That's also why you're going to see me switch to the flat view, because it gives you the best impression of, is my shape readable? in all circumstances. Okay, back to skin shades, select the darker tone, and what I'm going to do now is do the same for the bottom part. I'm going to make it darker. Zachman, do you mean the wrinkles on the snout itself, like the brown part? Because he doesn't have those in every facial expression. Here you see he has his mouth. Wait, I'll open it in here. Yeah, so you see he has his mouth opened quite a lot, so they also make the top part curve upwards. So what that does is it actually folds the top parts in there. With the facial expression I'm doing, it's also going to have to adjust it a little bit, but not as much as you see in like in here. But still, it's nice you pointed it out, because I do have to add that. I first thought you were talking about detail in the nostrils. So thank you. Okay. So I'll do that right ahead. I'm also thinking to myself now, the color is a bit dark, so I'm going to add quite a bit of a lighter color on there. I'm using the clay brush because it's smooth, pretty smooth curve I'm trying to make. Needs to be subtle, so something like this. A bit more perhaps. Use the Orb Cracks to indent. Yeah, something like this will work, I think. And then I'm going to yeah, in the sad expression, but you see his mouth is still curved up. But he doesn't always have it curved up. If you have like side views, it isn't that way, but in other views it is. But I'm still adding it in there, so it does look nicer. I'll bulge it up even a bit more then. H, something like this. Pull it back a bit. Yeah, I think this works. Okay, back to the standard brush and continue brushing. So I'm also going to shift the hue a bit. And now I'm going to do these parts, make it a bit darker to enhance the readability of the shapes. So this can be darker, darker, darker. I'm going to go into flat view. I'm going to something like this. Back to skin shade. This is going to be a tad bit darker. Here there's shadow. Add a bit of pink inside of the ears. I'm also going to add a little bit of red into the cheeks. It's actually personal preference. You don't have to do that, but it always gives this fleshy feel to things. Also going to do that in the top and bottom eyelid. Okay, same for this. Make this a bit more saturated. Maybe a tad too much right now, so I'm going to select the color around it. Okay, and now for the tongue, solo. I'm going to subdivide it a bit and then select, yet again, make a gradient dark at the back and light towards the front to enhance readability of this shape. Something like this. Make it a bit redder. Here we go. So that seems to work. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pick the base tone, make it a bit lighter, shift the hue. Wait, again. Shift the hue. Not too much. Make it a bit lighter, something like this. And then I'm going to brush on the top part. Wait, first switch to subtool. So smoothing down some stuff. Here we go. The top of the eyelids, I'm also going to make a bit lighter. The cheeks. So you can see it's actually just top parts light, bottom parts darker. Pretty simple. I'm gonna make it dark, like the red here. Okay, add a bit red here to suggest subsurface scattering. I don't use subsurface scattering in ZBrush simply because I actually don't know yet how it properly works. Should look into that. But also it's going to take a lot more time when rendering, so you might want to avoid those things if you're doing like speed sculpts and everything. But I've seen some pretty impressive results with the SSS in ZBrush, so I'm definitely going to look into it some more. So yet again, darker color. I'm going to switch to flat color. You can see you can actually read the shape. You know where the indents are, where the form goes in and out. And if you have this, you actually have to have this view almost looking like it's the 2D image you're recreating. And once you have that, rendering it will only enhance what you've already established. You're also going to see my rendering. I actually don't do a lot of magic with it. It's pretty straightforward. Not even my lighting I set up for these things is advanced or something. So I'm now going to do the inside of the mouth. So first mask off the upper part. I'm going to go back to the the skin shade. Here we go. I'm going to make this pinkish. Also going to make the lips a tad bit pink. Here we go. Oh wait, I'm going to invert it by Control and then dragging outside. Going to make this a bit pink too. Bloop. Solo view. Make this dark, dark, dark. Make this darker. Going to add some lighter tones in here, just to make the shapes read. Also, oh yeah, I'm having that ZBrush bug again, where it keeps on docking. Like I press scale and it's opening the transform. I press frame and it doesn't show anything, so I'm going to go out of edit mode by pressing T. I even can't do that. Press escape. Ah crap. Escape. Alt drag around your canvas. Ah, thank you. Yep, that fixed it. Nice to know. Okay, and now I don't freaking know what I did. Oh yeah, I see what I did. Yeah, I went back with the slider. Yeah. So that's fixed. Okay. Yeah, I know. I need to save it because I don't want it to crash and start over. Thanks for reminding. So I'm adding a bit of shadow where I think, let's see, a bit of highlights on the top parts. Making this a bit lighter, the front of the eyelids a bit lighter. I'm going to make the back parts a bit darker so you can read it better. Here we go. I'm going to switch to flat view again, see how it reads. Actually reads pretty well. I'm going to make it a bit less rough in terms of transition, so you have a nice gradient. Do this. Here, something like this. You can see it's quite readable like this. I think I'm almost there. Only the hair still needs some poly painting, and then the eyes. So what I'm going to do is switch back to skin shade. I'm not going to pick a darker but a lighter tone, because I try to avoid like really dark tones. They don't pick up well. If you render them, they're not gonna give a lot of information. It's much better to pick like a slightly lighter tone. For example, the witch from Snow White I made yesterday, I didn't pick like a pure black for the cloth. I just picked something purple and made a gradient. Maybe towards the bottom it was almost black, but still not purely black. Just try to avoid those 100% black and 100% white tones. It's also something I do in my paintings. I never use like pure blacks. Sometimes pure lights, but as I said before, that's for a highlight. Your strongest highlight will be purely white. But if everything around it is already white, you're never going to see that highlight. Something like this, it's subtle, but yeah, I think it's sufficient. Okay, and now the eyes themselves. He doesn't seem to have an iris, so I'm not going to add one. I'm just going to draw the pupils. Towards the sides. Okay. What you can do is use the drag rectangle mode of your standard brush. Pick like a round alpha, like this one, alpha 14. Increase the RGB and just drag out. I see I don't have enough resolution to make a smooth round shape, so I subdivided it by pressing Ctrl D. So now I'm just dragging out the iris shape. It's somewhere around here in the concepts, I think. Yeah, if I do this view it will work, if I do this view it won't. I'm going to make them a bit bigger. Redo. The focal shift, yeah, that could be the case. So if I decrease it, ah yeah, great, good to know, thank you. So if you decrease the focal shift, you'll have a much straighter, sharper edge. Actually what you want for these pupils. Something like this, yeah. So I'm going to go back to freehand. I'm going to disable the alpha and I'm going to add a bit more shadow. Undo the focal shift. Press down the RGB intensity and just make the eyes a tad bit darker. I'm going to slightly improve the curve of the eyes. This goes inwards. Now it's a bit too dark, so I'm going to take this, going to go back to the standard brush, do this, take a lighter color, even make this a bit lighter, and blend it out a bit. Something like this. Yeah, I think this works pretty well. Here we go. Only going to add a little red to the eyes to make them seem a bit fleshy. Oh, of course I can't have any red going over the pupil. And a bit of shadow, so yet again it reads better. Going back to flat mode. Yup, I think this is it. Maybe clean this up a bit more. That's too much here. Okay. Okay. So now I switched to the basic material. You can see it has a lot more shadow on it by default. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the material settings, and the first thing I'm doing is increasing the ambient and the diffuse. The diffuse is I don't know, around. Just look at your model and see what works best. It's always a tad bit different with each. Next thing I'm going to do is enable the wax modifier. It's going to tell me, well, wax preview isn't enabled in your rendering settings, so what I'm going to do is going to go to render and enable the wax preview button, so you can see straight away. If I turn it off, my shadows are a lot darker, and if I increase it a bit, it kind of gives me the illusion of like, yeah, a wax-like material. That's also the reason why I don't need to use the subsurface scattering, because this kind of gives the illusion. And if I do want a little bit more subsurface scattering in it, I'll do it in Photoshop in post. So for still image it works. Okay, do I want more specular? Now we just make sure everything's right. The default of 12 usually works for these things. I just noticed I'm going to sculpt in some more wrinkles here. Wait, but keep it subtle. And in here I'm going to add a bit more, something like this. Here we go. Okay. So this material, also what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the eyes. I'm going to select the eyes. I'm going to choose toy plastic. It's a very shiny material. So now, because the eyes are covered by the eyelids, you won't really see it. But if you have like these big open eyes, you're going to see the highlights. It also depends on the position of your light. So if I put it downwards a bit, you can see it's showing. So I'm going to press the M. I have my eye selected, and then I'm going to color and fill object. So now it filled it with the material I have selected. I'm going to go back to the basic material for the rest. So now only the eyes have the material, the toy plastic material. What I am noticing right now with this is I have a bit too much red in the shadow parts, so I'm going to select it. I'm going to go for something darker, something more brownish, a light RGB intensity, and I'm going to adjust it a bit, make sure I have the right mesh selected. So you see I'm constantly evaluating everything, trying to make sure the readability is right. Even though I'm in this pretty late stage, I'm still adjusting things. Also, I'm seeing the insides of the mouth are pretty light. I'm going to add a bit of shadow on them. Here we go. Make it darker, invert it, make this darker, but disable solo. And what I'm going to do now is just do a quick light. So I'll put my light right about here and press the BBR render button. I think I still have settings set from the previous one. Oh no, I don't. Okay, what I'm looking for is like a nice shadow on the entire thing. You can see the shadow is quite dirty because of the settings, so I'm going to adjust them. But first I'm going to find the right angle for the light by adjusting this one. I'm still using the default lights because they kind of work. You can also use the light cap lights, but they take a little more time to properly set up with everything. So, and if the default light works, it just works. There's no need for the other one. With the shadow, I'm just searching for something that looks look interesting, and covers like the inside of the mouth should be darker, inside of the nostrils should be darker. I don't want too much cast shadow of the tusk, so I'm going to place it a tad bit higher, so also the inside of the mouth will become darker and the nostrils will become darker. So move this up, something like this. Press BPR again. This is just testing, seeing what works, what doesn't work. Yeah, I think this will kind of do. So if I go to my render settings now and I want to increase the quality, you have details up here, but that's not the one I use. Actually, just with the BPR shadow tab, you have the strands. I'm going to decrease that to like 0.5, 0.6, something like that, because I'm going to use passes, and I'm also going to still multiply shadow over it until I get the thing I want. I'm also going to increase the rays that are cost. Your render time will become a bit more, especially if you are going to increase that to like something, yeah, what's the highest? If you do 1000, you're going to have to wait a long time. But if you just increase it to like about around 20, 30, it won't increase that much, and you'll have much nicer shadows. I'm also going to blur it. Instead of 2, I'm going to add the blur to 4, and then I'm going to press the BPR render button again and see what it gives me. You can see it's a lot smoother already. I don't think it's smooth enough yet. It's very red, so I'm going to decrease the global strength, and I'm going to multiply it a bit more in post, because I don't want like pure red. It also has to do with the wax preview modifier, I think. It makes the shadows a lot redder. Because I'm going to test that right now. If I go to my material, I decrease the wax preview strength and press render. Well, no. Maybe kind of stays the same, so oh no, it's much more intense, so I'm going to go for back to my render settings, decrease it even more, press render again, something like this, increase the rays a bit. You can see I increased the rays and my render time is taking a lot more time. My shadows also look better, so yeah, kind of like this. Something is bothering me right now, and that's the details I added on the front. It looks more blobbish than things, so I'm going to use the high polish to smooth them out. Like this, like this. Hold shift, smooth it out. Yeah, that's about it. Now I usually render on a pretty big resolution, so what I do is I go to document and press double, so it will ask me do you want to resize it. I press yes, then I use the zoom, to display my entire canvas, and I drag out the model in its press T to go into edit mode, position it the right way. So I want kind of a sloped angle, something kind of top view that shows enough of the model. I think something like this will move it. Here we go. I think this will do. And press render and wait. Of course, because you increase the size of the document, your rendering will also take a lot longer. And I'm going to actually decrease the blur, also decrease the raise a bit, back to around 20, and see what that gives me. Yeah, that's about right. Turn the light a bit. Wait, I'm first going to turn down the ambience of the material, because I think he can be a bit darker. Something like this. Then render. Yeah, that's quite right. Oh. Back to render, increase the raise. 22, no. BPR. Yep, this is about right. So now what you do is you just go to the render tab and you can save out the different passes in the BBR render pass. So you have shaded, you have depth, you have the shadow, and you have the mask. So since I'm going to do two views, I'm also going to do like one like this, going to have a little more of a top view since everything gets foreshortened. Maybe a slight angle, something like this. Press BPR again. Here we go, and then save these out. So I'm just gonna press 1, behind every pass, so I know these belong to the other set. Okay, and from here on our ZBrush part is over. So now I'm going to open one of my composition Photoshop files. I always use the same one. So, oh no, this one I can't use because it has. So I'm going to press the witch. Okay, because I'm going to use this one. I'm going to delete all the existing passes out of it. Delete. I'm going to also delete this layer. Oh, yeah, I deleted one too much. Here we go. Okay. Wait. I'm going to pick another image because this one is too short. See, what do I have here? Something like this. Same problem. Here we go. I'm going to save this in the right directory. Pumba compo. Yep. Okay. Now I'm going to open all my passes like this. Select everything. It's going to open them all. Then I'm going to drag out the both of the base renders, and I'm going to paste the right ones. So wait, so I have shadow 1, already did that. Shadow is here. Like this. Okay, and now I'm going to duplicate them into my compo PSD. I'm going to duplicate these ones, duplicate layers into my compo PSD, and close this. No, I don't want it. I'm going to save this one, and I'm going to drag them into their separate groups. And group 2, group 3 shouldn't exist, so going to delete that group, going to save it, and yeah, then I'm going to use the magic wand on the mask of the first pass, and I'm going to click this button right here with the selection. Then I'm going to control click the layer mask so it makes that selection again, and I'm going to apply it on each and every one of them. You could also do it on the group, but since I'm going to do some mask independent things with some of the layers, I can't really do that unless if I would throw them out of the group. But yeah, it isn't that much work to copy the mask over to those few more layers. Okay, I'm going to turn auto select off. I'm going to select the group, and I'm going to drag them towards right position, something like this and something like this. I don't want them to overlap. This one can be a bit higher. Okay. Yeah, compositing wise, there's a few things I do. You can do totally different things, get maybe a nicer outcome. What I usually do is I have my depth, I put it on overlay, and I have my shadow and I put it on multiply. What I do then is I decrease the opacity of my depth. So yet again, if you see the depth layer, it actually has a nice gradient in it. So from back to front, and that also enables you to read the form better, I find. So I'm going to decrease it a bit like this, and it actually enhanced the readability. So now I still have the multiply. You can see it's pretty dark, but what I'm going to do now is also decrease this, press Ctrl B, and add a little red or purple to it, just so the edges are it isn't plain black, it has a bit of color to it. So what I can do then is copy the layer style of these ones and paste it onto the other ones in the group below it, so for the other passes. So I'm pasting it. Okay, all I need to do now is add like the slight color variation to the shadow pass of the other one. I'm going to move this one down a bit so they are aligned. Move this one up. Wait, I don't want it to overlap too much with the image on the side. Yeah, of course it isn't the witch, but Pumba. Oh, original character Pumba, Disney's The Lion King. The Lion King. Think it's one word. Well, it doesn't really matter. So I'm also going to blur. So I select the mask and I'm going to blur the shadow pass that bit so it doesn't have too many dirty artifacts in it, so it reads well. Okay, that's about it. Same one for this one. Select the mask, filter, Gaussian blur. Okay, now in post, even though my lighting isn't what I want it to be, I actually still want like a slight highlight on the eye over here. The lighting worked for the general shape, but you can either yeah, just have I'm going to blend it down a bit. This thing we don't want. I don't want tangents in between my shapes, so I'm going to have to either drag this to the side a bit. Also don't want the shape hugging like the sides. So have this one, move this one to the side a bit, maybe move it down. Yeah, I think this one works. Of course my highlights moved, so I'm going to place them back. Deselect, and I don't know if it's necessary, but I could also, what I sometimes do is I add another layer, put it on linear dodge additive, select a pinkish color, actually a more red color, go to things like the ears, take a soft brush and just brush away a bit. Wait, first make sure you have the mask selected like this, okay, something like this. I'm going to decrease it a bit with my layer opacity, so don't mind it yet. Something like this, something like this. I'm going to zoom out, decrease it a bit, maybe also in this part. Something like this and this, okay. Maybe adjust the background color a bit. I always give it like a slight difference in color opposed to the previous one. Well, yeah, something green, since the background image of this is also green. And Control B. Something like this. Then I'm going to add like an outer glow. Pretty white. I'm going to select the middle color. Not too white. You also see I duplicated my base layer for that, since I'm going to cut off the shadow, the glow. So I'm going to create a new layer, flatten it down so I don't have the effect. Wait, first copy the effect for my other image. So I'm created a new layer, merged it, so now I have the effect embedded into the layer, and I can mask off the effect itself where I want it to be. Now I put this layer on linear dodge add and blend it down a bit, something like this. But I'm still not happy with the positioning of this one. Actually, I think this one will be better if I align them straight. Okay, I'm going to disable, well, delete the mask, L, inverse, okay, then for this one, duplicate it, paste, create a new layer, merge it down so the effect is embedded, copy this mask, apply it and put the layer, copy the layer style of this one and paste it. So it does this. So everything seems to be right and we're done. Thank you guys for watching this. Yeah, as I said, it was pretty new to me to give an explanation. I hope you guys learned something from it. I picked up a few tricks myself, so that's pretty great. Yeah, see you next time. Thank you.